Hello, hello guys.
Select your god.
Hey, Sav. What do you mean sub? Surely that's not the case. Oh, Arab Jesus, I see. Oh yeah, he was. Did he ever show up? Didn't we try to contact him? And he couldn't play? I forgot. No, man. Also, why can't I see the god list? How am I supposed to know what mages are in the game? Sav, what mage is good? I don't play Merlin, so into their comp, maybe a good old Raw. Raw. I'll do Vulcan. That's a good one. I haven't done him in a while. Ra is just fun, man. I like sniping. But yeah, I mean, you kind of get roasted into anything these days as Ra. What about Scylla? Isn't Scylla really good? I feel like I see her pop off every time she's in the game. Scylla's only good late game. Okay. So early game still that bad? Man, why are we dodging? I hate when the last person dodges. It's one of the worst gods in the game for the first 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. She's just been a nuisance when I played against her every time. But that might actually only be after a certain amount of time. When I rotate, she's a problem, you know? I guess that's my experience with it. I do have a good amount of gold, actually. Maybe I hit up a shop early. That won't be one for a while. Let's do that one. I'm starting to burn out on things to play as well. Like, I decided to actually try some Merlin solo yesterday in just like a casual, just because I haven't played him in such a long time. I wanted just to get a feel for him, but like I literally just met an Achilles of all things, who is arguably the worst warrior right now. And even then I got shit on just because of those fucking builds, man. In a casual game. You can't go into the fucking tank builds right now on anything. I just want to have fun, man. I want to play something else. But if I play anything else, I get shit on. I hate it. I want to play mages again. I'm so tired of these builds. Play Merc? I did try Merc, but I don't know, I'm just not a Merc player. I tried it once, and it went well, so don't get me wrong, it went actually pretty well, but I'm not a huge fan of Merc. Which is weird, because Vamana is really not that different, to be real with you. But at the same time, he is. He has more abilities. I even played Pele, because I just felt like I wanted to try something different, and I don't like Pele either. Tangberg is OP, yeah. I have seen Fine OK use it a lot as well. It was after I saw him do it that I wanted to try it myself. And it went pretty well. I still think his laning is really weak, though. But I could still just be bad at it. I only tried it once, after all. I just really need him to add Vamana soon. Janos will be fun, because that's definitely something I want to play in solo as well, but that's also just another mage, right? And he will definitely not be good into the current tank builds. That dude is not a great tank killer until super late. But I want to play him. I'm gonna have to go mid for a while. I'm just gonna do what you do. Say fuck solo for now. I'm playing mid. Oh yeah, they have thorns, don't they? Fuck, man. I'm gonna take so much damage in this fucking round. Oh, my shields. Sav, is there a single playable mage right now in solo? Not counting Hades, because he's not a mage. I don't count him as a mage. Hades, then no, okay. Damn it! I guess Aspect Ra still works in lane, but he's so shit when you rotate. Or just late game in general. Do I go mid? Sure. I'll do mid. But I'm gonna ban Wukong then. I ain't dealing with that shit. Now I just kinda got a feel to play Vulcan, so... Let's do that.
Select your god.
There's a lot of shit on the table, though. On anything. There's definitely some shit on this table that I don't want to meet, but... It's not something I can pick myself. Is there actually a decent tank Merlin build, though? Because I kind of felt like I want to play Merlin in solo. I just couldn't find a build that is actually good. It's just the other tank items are just too oppressive. And he doesn't use them at all. Baron is good? Okay, I might try some Baron then. See if I can make it work. Do you have a build in mind? I'll just join your build then. Yeah, Aspect. I still haven't tried it a single time. But I suppose now is better than never. Gotta try it eventually. Hello? Okay. I'll fucking dodge again. I feel like Baron still have some really rough matchups though. Like if I meet Odin, I feel like I'm fucked, right? So I have to make sure that I'm not against something like that. Like having to go Shell would suck ass. Especially because everything needs beats these days. At least I have Sobek, but I hate their team comp. Let's do this one for a single game. No, I like this one too much. Rank 10, oh yeah, goddamn. Someone hasn't been playing anything else. Do I just start with Spear? What even is the normal mage build these days? You gotta fit an upstart somewhere, right? Obviously Rod, Spear, Jade Scepter. What else? Soul Reaver maybe? Full late. Probably gonna need it this game, it's a fucking Hercules.
A not unwelcome sight.
Aspect bots. Man, I'm gonna get so cooked this game, man. They have so much CC.
Minions have spawned.
This sucketh. Sucketh asseth.
Good game.
Mr. Creep. Fuck.
An enemy has returned.
Oh, they added DC? Shit, I didn't realize. It took them a while to pause then.
right tower is under attack.
Uh-oh. I got my beats, but at least I got something else too. But it's gonna fuck me up at 5 though, probably. Let's grab a ward. I gotta try and see if I can avoid bots just for another 90 seconds.
They just rained on your parade. You did well. I'll make cancel that. Oh, he's wrong team. I am sorry. Fabuloso! Your left tower is under attack.
Right there is why we invest in wards.
Your left tower. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Right to the firebrands. Alright.
Is under attack.
So Giannis comes tomorrow, correct? Because in that case, I will have to stream tomorrow as well.
Very strong.
Just go back, finish up my shit, then buy my mod. So which mod is the best? The dot on the cannons or the backfire damage? Let's try this one for the poke. I feel like the turret's probably better in this game, but I haven't done this one in a while. I usually do the turret one. I feel like poke is going to be quite valuable in this game. Uh-oh.
Tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
In case bots ulted, I wanted to make sure that I had my ult on top of him. Unfortunate. That actually is a kill if should just beats, I guess. Yes, he is. He certainly is missing. He did call it. I can't really be mad about it. I just don't know why he would rotate now. That's such a weird rotation from Solo. Like literally during a fucking wave. Get the tower. Oh, he didn't even stay. Okay, that's fine. I mean, save it. They're so low. No. Oh, he got my turret. Oh, I was lucky.
On my way.
He does have Sunder.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Wash them away! Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Let's get Jade. Ah, fuck it. I'll wait back until I can just TP. Man.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Rain, wash them away.
Close. But no.
Middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
That went better than I would have expected. I'm just gonna get an early up short. Because I'm not really sure what else to buy here. Like, do we go Chronos Pendant on Vulcan? I can't imagine it's bad. Maybe I should just do that. Close.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay. I got greedy. I knew Kebri was there, I just really wanted it.
Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Enemy ultimate down.
I think they'll be alright. Wanted to be there in case purple was being invaded, but I'll keep farming.
Enemy has been slain.
I gotta get my mod as well, I forgot about that.
That's too bad. Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Oh my god, I guess I should have rotated.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, guess it's out. Oh, hi. What was I saying before? Fuck, what am I buying?
Your middle tower.
Memory, why must you do this to me? Oh yeah, my mod is what I needed to buy. Which one should I go with? 2 cannons, the knock-up. The knock-up for peeling might be kind of nice.
Enemy missing
I think
right.
2 turrets is just generally the best though. I'll do 2 turrets.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I like the 2 turrets. Oh yeah, Chronos Pen is what I should have bought as well. Fuck me, dude. Like, I'm pretty tired today. For the first time in a long time, I actually went for a run. It's been so long, man.
Is under attack.
I'm definitely not used to it. I'm in pretty bad shape.
Allies slain. All gang left lane.
Tragic. I thought my ult was gonna reach.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Destroyed the pyromancer.
Maybe I just go for big poke instead of go for something like Chronos Pendant. That might just be the play. Just keep going full power. Still, though, having the ult more often I think is the big thing.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful middle. Tank. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Fabuloso!
Right back.
Yeah! Ooh, ally slain. Oh, very strong. Triple kill. Ooh. Oh, they hit like a baby.
On my way. Way.
When it rains, it pours. Get in the shot.
Freaking Hui aspect.
Get it?
I think in that scenario, having a Chronos Pendant would have been real nice as well. So 7 seconds, 5 seconds. I mean, it's not like they have low cooldown, or if I don't have low cooldown, I should say. But still, it feels like my cooldowns could be a lot better.
Attack the Gold Fury!
The pyromancer has arrived.
Shit. No, I missed my abilities, man. I'm so mad. I'm not sure what went so bad. I guess it's just that Artemis got one-shot by bots, which is unfortunate. And well, I guess I used my ult as well for the secure of gold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That also obviously is pretty rough.
Your middle tower is destroyed.
He has no aspect. That's interesting.
I sense your fear. Your right tower is under attack.
This fucking slap fight over here. Average solo game right now. At least I didn't get fire. That's the main thing I was afraid of. Because we did at least get gold, so... If they don't get any objective out of it outside of a tier 2, then I think I'll take the trade. Granted, this is a pretty big tier 2 they got.
My way.
I would like Sobek to peel. That just sucks, man. We just got a kill for free and bots just shows up out of nowhere and stuns me and then we all die as a result of it. I'm not really sure how this went so bad, to be honest. After getting a free kill, essentially. I think Herc did a bit too much damage, probably. I think he got a pretty big one on the rest of my team before he died. We might have just all been a little too poked. Oh well. Once again, kind of wasted my ult, though.
Has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Mistakes are for the weak.
We really need some more wards as well. It's hard to poke when we don't know where they are. And for now, I think I'll focus on getting my Soul Reaver online before I get anything else on my starter online. It's just too valuable.
Left lane.
make it in time.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Nope. We got dagger at least. That's nice. It's a huge pickup for us.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Man, Artemis!
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
We've kept them here pretty long, but I think it's cooked.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
See my ult back up. I'm surprised my ult missed in the middle of the fight when I tried to use it. Just being fucking sold by a random ult.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm not sure how this game is going as badly as it is all of a sudden.
Under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I mean, it's probably just an ADC diff in terms of gods.
Your
Just
right
Artemis versus Hui, pretty much.
Wash them away. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Please get him at least for fucking jumping me, man. Ain't no way we're losing here. Fuck.
Bolts of lightning. Very, very scary.
Oh well. It's fun playing a mage at least, but this is also just not as fun because my ADC is just dying. And I don't even know how. Maybe Sobek can defend this, but I doubt it. It's too many minions. Rough start.
Defeat.
I think my current issue with banning right now is that there's too many OP things. It feels like no matter what I ban, my allies like, what the fuck is that damage, brother? Sag, what were you doing in this game? There's just too many OP things it feels like my random allies can deal with. It's weird. Because if I don't ban Wukong, they're gonna get shit on by Wukong. If I don't ban the Hu Yi, apparently they're gonna get shit on by the Hu Yi. It's tough. And same thing goes for shit like, you know, the Susanos open as well sometimes. You have the Aladdins, you have the, I guess the usual bans like Pele or Nemesis or whatever the fuck. It just doesn't matter. There's too many OP things, and my enemies just shit on my allies with them. It ain't easy. Wait, what? Try again. What I want to play? I don't really mind. I'll mid or I'll solo. I think I can even ADC, but that is a bit more RNG depending on my support. But I'll play whatever. I don't feel confined to solo right now. Commit then? Alright. Yeah, we can swap if there's something else you think is open that you want to play in solo, and vice versa. I'm having fun with Vulcan right now, so I'll probably just play some Vulcan if I get that. I can play Neath as well. She's also fun. For solo, I'll just play whatever at this point. Just pick something that can use the usual builds, like a Bracken or like Herc or some shit like that. Hello, Flexi. I could maybe play some Mordred as well. I haven't played him in a little while. And he's obviously pretty good with the build. I kind of prefer the ones that can use regrowth though. And while he can use it, he's just kind of awkward with it. You gotta always make sure to use the second version of his one. Or I just play some Odin. I actually kind of still... Maybe I do play some Odin. I do have to get him to Radiant eventually. It's kind of getting there. And Odin is just so broken as well. Might have to just abuse a little bit of Odin. No, maybe I just don't hit this thing. I don't want to take any more damage by hitting it. And poison doesn't make me take damage, so... There we go. Please give me a good shop. Give me some good shit. Hello, Yeto. 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage. That's pretty good. I'll grab that actually. Not bad. Block is not removed at the start of your next turn. That's pretty interesting. Let's grab that as well. All these are just block based. They're not bad though, but I kind of wanted something else. Just an easy 7 damage. I'll take that as well. All right. Not the best shot, but it was alright. Not the bit. I gotta go back and play Elden Ring Night Rain as well after the new Sovereign bosses are coming out. I'll probably play that some of that later. I kind of forgot about it because they took a break. Just keep going with all the poison. 23 poison. Yikes. He's buff as fuck now, though. That's kind of rough. That's still a decent amount of damage that I'll take. Six-minute queue, yeah. Classic duo queuing this early. Alright. At least I all take 1 damage. I mean, what SR are you now, Sav? Because probably also the fact that we're both pretty high in there. Yeah, you're 5.5. Yeah, I'm 5.1. Maybe not 5.1 anymore after that loss. Yeah, I'm 5. I'm just 5. Can't believe people have actual lives. No one playing at this time. Support? Uh-oh. Jungle? Saf, do you jungle? My jungle is not good. Maybe you would like to take over? It's either that or I just jungle. Alright, cool. Jungle is still like the one role I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing in. I can play anything, I know you can. You're like gods, GS. I'm pretty sure. In terms of smite, at least.
Select your god.
Another Houyi. I need more poison. Where's the poison start? When you need it. Oh man, I'm not getting any shields. That's kind of rough, man. Where are my shields at? I have so many. That works. Probably just go with Sunder. And I missed the pollen, okay. It's gonna be great and probably really boring in this matchup.
On my way, reward. Fine. I'll take care of it myself.
That was wild! Enemy spotted!
Invading has to be broken competitively, right?
Okay.
Wild!
Just a little snack on the way. It was Soul Jungle. I'm guessing he wanted to invade red. That didn't go after plan. Damn, I might hit level 2 a creep earlier because of that.
There is no hope. This is going to hurt.
We're speeding up!
You're mine.
Enemy missing middle!
Buena vista, amigo! Come on, guys!
There is no hope. Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
there's anyone coming, I'd rather just sunder that, get out of the way. It is a Soul jungle though, I'm not really too afraid to be honest. Like the gank potential on me as an Odin with their solo comp is definitely interesting.
Your right tower.
Enemy missing middle.
Ally has been slain.
Shell down.
Ultimate is ready.
I'll take care of it myself.
Happens to even the best.
Right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy
It's unfortunate.
slain.
That's my blue gun. I fucking hurt Soul there.
That's a bummer.
He's level 4? Dude, if I knew that, I probably would have just jumped over anyway. Granted, I probably have ult, so probably wouldn't have any regardless, but... I did have my Sunder. Maybe I could have jumped over and still survived.
This is going to hurt.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Let's get his blue timer.
Enemy ultimate down.
The rain shall wash them away. Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I'll take a shell.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Oh, my goodness. Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Worries.
Prepare to be impaled.
Enemies have returned to base. Right back.
This is going to hurt.
It's a little bit of spear throwing in this lane.
This is my true power.
The rain shall wash them away.
Just going to Sanguine now. Get the 2 main items out of the way first.
You're killing it.
And I'll definitely go Contagion this lane as well. Well, not into Apollo, I guess, but into their team.
Prepare to be
I gotta get some cooldown as well, actually. Maybe I go breastplate first
Tower is under
instead of contagion.
enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful.
Yes. Follow me. There is no hope. Ultimate is ready. No problem. Enemy ultimate down.
Double kill. Oh, you move like okay.
Cancel that!
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, middle.
Smooth enough so far. I mean, the fact that they have... I'm not really sure where this all came from and why he decided to go Soul Jungle. But he's kind of cooked now. I don't really see them winning this. They also just don't have an assassin to deal with our Jingwei underneath.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, the closest they really get to that would be like Apollo. But he, like, full late game Apollo is not going to one-shot anyone, he's just going to be a huge bother. He definitely still kill though.
Rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing left.
Behind us!
Enemy has been slain. Warlord, like me. Attack the Gold Fury.
We'll just breastplate these days. I can almost buy that.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's grab oracles first.
This tiny thing is of use to me. Fine, I shall take it. There is no hope. This is going to hurt. You're mine.
Yeah, there it is.
Be gone.
Victory.
Cheetah Fana. The secret is out, Seth. I'm glad I queued. Yeah, it's It's definitely a mistake, like 50% of the time. Wanna know what's funny? Oh, yeah, he's 2 channels, so he can't stay in stealth. I see. I didn't actually know that, but that makes sense why we could see him. Because I was wondering why we could see him. Yeah, every channeled ability. I guess I just didn't expect Souls 2 to be a channel, but I guess it is. Makes sense. Where am I at? Alright, I think I just ended here. I'm so low health all of a sudden, though. I need to heal. Relog. Alright. There we go. I don't play Baron Soul solo? Sure. Yeah, I don't mind. As long as I can get mid, like, or ADC, I'm completely fine with it. It was just because I was stuck in support there. That made it weird. And jungle. I got the 2 roles that I don't want. But I'll be alright if I get ADC in mid. Wait, did that just full heal me? Wait, oh yeah, I have this shit. I have some extra healing somewhere, don't I? Like a rest will heal me more or some shit? Oh, for every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP whenever you enter a rest site. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I basically have a full heal. That's nice to know. Ah, shit, not this enemy. Dude, did it fuck again? Come on. Come on, Q. I believe in you. One more game. Ah, it did it again. It's got all 9 attack cards in your hand. Okay, no. 5 damage if the enemy is weak in one thing. 6 for each attack's played. That's pretty nice, I like that. Well, this is kind of rough. That's a lot of fucking damage I'm gonna take, but I guess I have a heal in my next room anyway. Yeah, fuck it. Every game that has an enemy with multiple enemies that have to die at the same time, I generally just don't like that. It's just annoying.
god.
Another Huyi. What was I thinking outside of Vulcan? I suppose I can do a Neath game since we have Baron, so I'll do Neath. Okay, I should win next round. Why? Who dodged? I can't see, it's blurry. Who did it? Who done the deed? God damn it. I wanna play the game. Sab, is this how it like? Is this like how it is for you to play every day? Do people just dodge every other game for you? They're too scared of the Sav? Toxic egg. That's kind of nice. And lantern. That's pretty nice. I'm getting some good relics. But I'm still pretty low on damage overall. Why do you get a shield every time you get hit? What is this horse shit? Do I swap and see if I can get mid? Maybe I do.
Select your god.
Let's see if he swaps. Suppose I'll play Neath regardless. Actually, maybe I wouldn't have played Neath if it was ADC. I might have gone on her or something instead so I could fight back on the Huyi. Without the stun, he's not really that scary to deal with on someone like on her, I think. You can jump him way easier. Holy, this is not good, I just realized. Oh, never mind, it is. It swapped. Otherwise I was gonna take 32 damage. Cursed me instead, that's fantastic. That kinda sucks. Where's all the block when you need it? $48? No. Am I just... Never mind, it swapped his attack again. Okay, 11 at least is much better than 48. Fuck, that enemy is scary. Okay, what do we got? I'm gonna need beats this game. As per usual.
Help!
No.
This will not do. Volvo.
Oh, it's adapting as well. I see in the purple orb. Okay.
Yes. Thanks. There's the spirit.
You exceed my calculations.
Excellent.
Thor Poseidon is pretty tough. I might have to chill pretty heavily during this laning phase.
Minions have
That's a scary as fuck 2v2. That I don't think we win early on.
Enemy spotted. You're enemy spotted, bro.
This is my jam. The party don't stop.
How perfectly delectable. That's not right.
You exceed my calculations.
Game.
That was a huge combo. Big damage.
The party don't stop.
You exceed my calculations.
How the game's been so far? They've been alright. I only got 2 games in. The other one was a stomp, the previous one, and the first one was... It went really well for me, but... It,
That's a
yeah.
bummer.
It went really well for me, but we can still lost it regardless, so... Personally, I'm having a nice day, honestly, mechanically. I'm hitting some shit. I like how it feels today.
Set up an ambush. No problem.
Fuck, I didn't see them in time.
Cancel that.
I'm sad.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, I gotta be very careful that I don't have beats. One dunk and I'm dead.
Enemies have returned to base.
This is my jam. I'ma make it Get this rave started. The party don't stop. Gang. Attack the Gold Fury.
Be sure to grab.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold
The
Fury.
spirit.
Your right tower is under attack.
Keep up.
Did see the Scylla there. I'm not interested. I'm staying away.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming. Enemies incoming
Yes.
left. I'ma make it
Your middle tower is under
Be
attack.
gone. Is no problem.
Behind us.
attack. Dance with me. The party don't stop.
Enemy missing right.
That was wild.
Hitting all my ones except for stationary minions.
There's the
That sounds about
spirit.
right.
It's my jam.
Careful, right?
Be careful, right?
Think nothing of it. Pulling back.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Turn it up.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dance with me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemies have returned to base.
Your middle tower is
Keep up.
Sun beats. No.
That's not right.
Get this race started.
I missed a bit too much in that last exchange, but oh well. Didn't realize it was a Scylla aspect. That's definitely interesting. As I think that is kind of shit.
Enemy missing.
Be careful in the jungle.
Missing right.
Behind us. Keep up. Turn it up.
When it rains, it pours.
That's not right.
I'ma make it quake.
Your right tower is under attack. The pyro
No problem.
has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
The party don't stop.
I'm gonna refrain from buying some warts for now. I usually do like buying some warts for mid, but right now I want to just at least finish Chronos Pendant up.
Enemy ultimate down. Be careful. Don't be glum. There's no problem.
Enemies behind
Help right lane.
ultimate down.
Be careful in the jungle.
Your right tower is under
Enemies
attack.
behind us. Gangs in left lane. Attack.
Yo, I'm on my way.
Let's get this rave started.
The rain shall wash them away.
Keep up.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, easy wrong.
I don't really think I rotate for that.
Vaya riffy. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Okay, enemies in left lane.
Fabuloso.
right.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your left tower is under attack.
Maybe I would have rotated if it looked worse. I actually didn't think that looked that bad for my team, but
Keep up. Ward the gold fury.
Yes.
This is my jam.
That's not right.
Turn it up. On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
An enemy has been slain.
My owner does seem slightly confused. He's not focusing on farm as much. He's playing very much like an like a new rank player. It almost feels like. No. I fucked that up a little bit. Well, he should be dead after being stopped by minions.
The rain shall wash them away.
The gold fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
That's not right.
Let's grab Upshard next. If actually, is that even necessary? I guess I'll buy it now that I've started it, but I don't really think they're gonna have it. Yeah, they're not gonna have any tanks. Fuck. Does it? It doesn't lead into anything else. Fuck me, dude. What a waste.
Jaguar. Enemy has been slain.
Get this race started.
Like me.
Attack the enemies in left lane.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Nice.
Jam.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is
I am. How much does it sell? I mean, it's 300 gold loss. I'll just take the loss. I'll go for a rod next, and then hope for the best that I can actually get it in time for the next fight. What else?
your middle tower is under attack.
What else do people buy on this god these days?
Enemy missing left.
This fucking seller. Just keep sitting in bushes.
Cancel that.
The party don't stop. Turn it up.
I got marked. Great.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be
Enemy
sure to
missing
grab
middle.
some brew.
I'ma make it work. It's my jam.
Yes.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Be careful.
Yo, I'm on my way.
Enemies behind us.
Yo, follow me.
Completed.
Thor just backed in TPs.
Middle lane. I'll defend the fire giant.
Enemy's middle lane. No worries.
Enemy has been slain.
So we're very, very strange lobby of mixed skill levels.
destroyed the gold fury.
Get this raid started.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Oh, my ripping.
You can
Your
never
left
go
tower
wrong
is
with
under
more
attack.
LEDs.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Keep up. That's
Oops. Så, tig stille. I'm not sure I could have killed him anyway. I hesitated a little bit. Because if I jump over and all I have to fight with is my 2, essentially, I have to hit that shit, otherwise I'm cooked.
I'll gank. Gank.
on my way. Keep up. Party don't stop.
Good night.
Completed. Attack the fire. Be careful.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the fire giant. Enemies in right
This
lane.
will not do.
The party don't stop.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Attack the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Take this
Your
junk.
team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy ultimate down.
War the fire giant.
Yeah, what are these lobbies? They're very mixed. So they have adapting, but they also have a Scylla support, and I mean Purple Orb is, you know, it's always a bit mixed back. Sometimes he plays really well. In this game, he's definitely struggling into this Neath that I'm currently in possession of.
My way. Be right back.
Enemy spot.
Can't see him.
On my way.
Get this rave started.
Enemy
Enemy
ultimate.
ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe I should invest in a poly, just to get a little bit more damage. But
Be careful.
Rain shall wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
Enemy has been slain.
My day. Keep up.
Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant.
Destroy the fire tower.
Be right back.
want to queue later? Yeah, we'll see. Currently, I'm doing queue with Sav. If Sav leaves, which he usually does somewhat early, then sure, I can swap you in there.
left lane. Don't be glum. It's no problem. Don't be glum. It's no problem.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Yes.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy ultimate.
Let's get this raid started.
Enemies in left lane.
Your
My
left
jam.
Phoenix is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Middle enemy tower.
I defended
Your
top.
Titan is under attack.
This weekend is going to be amazing.
It's been unfortunate that we didn't get any more kills. Maybe we could have got another Phoenix, but now we just traded a Phoenix for a Phoenix in a situation where we definitely should not have traded a Phoenix for a Phoenix. But oh well, we're still in the better spot. And our Phoenix is the better one to lose. Guess it's the closest to fire.
Be careful, middle.
Yes. Attack.
Enemy behind us. Enemies in right lane. Excellent. Split push.
I'll defend. I'll defend.
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Sucks I don't have my ult for this, but
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemy ultimate down.
The rain shall wash them away.
Yes. Be careful, right?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Keep up. Discipline. Let's get this raid started. This is my jam.
I'll bid you goodbye.
See ya. Mwah.
Oh, yeah.
it worked out. I almost goofed it up into Hui there, but
Victory.
I had to just keep my distance, because I will not be able to box him. Just gotta wait for abilities. Oh, this guy does play Kali Apollo. He had his split push, yeah. I understand why he would do it in this game. Because the support Scylla was definitely making... I mean, she made one really huge play in front of the Phoenix there when she caught you. That was kind of huge. But outside of that, she just dashed in on me a lot of the time during the early game. She's one of the reasons why I got so fit. She would just dash me. You can get me the Hui this time if you want, Sav, so we don't have to deal with that again. I'll just play it in ADC then. Oh no! Don't counter pick me, please. I should be fine, but that's kind of annoying.
Select your god.
Yeah, I mean, is there a world where we don't win this game? A Wheelik Susano into an Ares? Like, surely you can just do whatever the fuck you want late game. Hopefully we get there. Oh, it's not Aoi to Morrigan? Okay. I've been bamboozled. Well, I'm glad you picked the front line. Alright, see if I can end this dude before the game starts. Yeah, alright. Perfect. What starter do you usually go on ADCs? I see some of them definitely gonna go for Death Toll, but I'm not sure that's the best one you would do on Huyi.
I'll take that.
I'll do this because it gives me some attack speed, and then later crit. But I don't think I'll be going crit. I think we'll just do the usual attack speed build. That is so very dominant right now.
All right.
Bread.
Minions have spawned.
I want to check this again because I feel like last time I checked, these autos cannot hit the pots. Ah, oh, fuck it, it's too far away. So that doesn't do more damage to minions, at least.
You rock.
Enemies have returned to base.
So stupid. I don't even need to be in the lane to clear the lane. Let's go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way, the ultimate incoming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in left.
That's the mid laner, right?
Enemy ultimate down.
Hello, hot stuff.
Defend middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Fucking nits. No one invited him.
Be careful. Need healing. Enemy missing rocket. Okay. Watch out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack.
Kind of expecting us to go in a bit earlier, but my bad, I guess. Thought we were just gonna go in. Seemed like a good fight.
Enemy ultimate.
But as always, someone is calling me during my stream. Around the same fucking time, man. I don't fucking believe it. Ah, give me a second. It's just fucking sailors as usual. I've already died more once. I've already died more this game than I did in the last game. I don't like fully. In a what, 35-minute game. Just bagging the devils. I'm gonna just need the supports to leave the lane. I can deal with on her by myself.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing left. Attack.
On my way. Enemy missing middle.
There is bad.
Your right tower is under attack.
Here it comes. Enemy ultimate down. Range, watch them
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Retreat!
This sucks, man. I'm just falling behind now, because... Well, I'm not necessarily falling behind, at least not compared to on her, but I'm just losing farm now.
On my way.
Oh,
Help
he's the
left
wrong
lane.
team, I am sorry. Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury! Enemy fury! Return to base! Attack the gold fury! Attack the gold fury!
The rain shall wash them away.
On my way!
Be careful.
And he crank at nothing.
Retreat.
Ally has been slain.
Here it comes! Your middle tower is under attack.
Hui without attack speed, man. Oh, of course he is. Just get the wave.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. It's a bit of a jungle diff combined with... I'm not sure what the fuck our mid is doing as well. Diff. He's high enough level. I think he's playing fine, but I don't know what the fuck he was doing on the enemy speed alone. When we could have just gotten a free gold.
Be careful.
I just gotta make sure that I keep farming.
Enemy missing right.
I cannot fall behind.
Your left tower.
Still think I can deal with Honor by myself.
Okay.
Gang! Gang! Here it comes! That's too bad. Enemy incoming! Enemy missing left!
Hasta la vista, amigo.
So well.
Oh, my arrest.
Excellent!
Save him. Man, once I get attack speed, it's gonna feel so much better. But I am struggling with my slow autos right now, and it's all I really have to rely on with the Hui aspect. At least we did get the honor kill. All I need this game is just to stay ahead or even with honor, then I'll be alright.
Group up. Attack the Gold Fury. Watch out. Right. Enemy ultimate incoming. On my way.
Be careful!
No problem.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies are right lane. Oh, that's
Enemy
a
missing
flavor
left.
flop.
Enemy missing left. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower is under
Enemies have
attack.
returned to base. Attack the
Your
corner.
middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat. Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso. I've got it. At the range, wash them away. Here it comes. Oh, very strong. Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us. Get in the chaka! Oh, yeah!
Your left tower is under attack.
Watch out! Yes!
Be right back. Be careful middle.
Like, they're really big, and like it makes them broken for just landing the autos. But close to walls, it's really hard because you keep hitting the walls instead. It's so annoying.
On my way! Help! Okay. Enemies incoming! On my way! Here it comes! On my way! Gang!
Okay.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Fabuloso! Oh, my horrific! Enemies incoming!
The Pyro has arrived.
Oh, that's too bad.
Chase the enemy! On my way!
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain! Enemies have returned to me! The rain shall wash them away! No problem! I'm rocking! Attack the fire giant! Yes! Right!
Yeah, I mean, just Ares things.
Victory.
It's gonna be very hard for them to win with their team comp into an Ares. Not to mention we had Hu Yi. Like, Hu Yi aspect Ares. What can you really do? Alright, Sav, no worries. You can jump in then, Sarky. I'll do a few more. I don't suspect it's going to be the longest stream today, but I'll still do a few more. And thank you, Sav. And GG's. Rank 2 Hu Yi. Let's see. What does this put me then? Maybe, yeah, 5.2. So I'm slowly getting there as well. I think maybe I just start also picking the Ares first pick. Maybe that's actually something that could be kind of fun, because I haven't played Ares at all with these builds. Maybe I do an Ares game here and there. If he's open. Because I'm too tired of the other OP ones. I don't want to play Nemesis. I think she's fucking boring to play him now. She lost the fun spice that I thought she had when she wasn't considered OP. How many games you won today? 3 games. I lost 1 and I've won 3. I'm gonna take damage if I use this. So let's do that first. Man, I'm gonna take so much damage for this. Fuck me, dude. I hate this Parasite card. I'm just taking extra damage. Fuck. And I won't get healing for a while, but I just have to survive. At all costs. Okay, so that one's dead. Ooh, that's actually a great one to get. Give me some regen. Heals me a little bit. What the fuck was that? It just exploded! Dude, no. This is really bad. I can only kill it with poison and I'm not getting any poison. Go away. Yeah, I literally can't do anything about that. Okay. It's only a little poisoned, but I gotta just rely on poison now. Shields and poison. Thank God. I mean, I guess I can hit it now. Alright, perfect. Oof. Five max HP? I mean... Sure. This isn't great. I still have 3 rooms before I can heal. Fuck. Please be an easy one. I don't know if that's an easy one. Nearly clear casuals. Don't want to do that again. I played casuals yesterday. Oh, this is really fucking bad. Like, I don't die here, but it's gonna be close.
Select your god.
Do you do aspect or not, actually? Yeah, I'll try Ares. I assume I don't do aspect because I want the protections and region from the two. So yeah, no aspect. Alright, let's see if I get cooked here. I like this run and my build. I don't want to die here. I mean, fuck. I hate when they nerf my shields. It also nerfed my damage. This is kind of worse shit. This sucks. Dude, I don't get any block. I need block. I'm just nerfed to all this shit too. I'm just slowly losing health bit by bit. Okay, thank God I'm getting some more poison here. Yeah, keep debuffing me, you asshole. I can't survive this. I'm cooked. I am actually cooked. Yeah. It does 1 more damage than I have health and shields. Fuck, man. No, my build. All this and I die to a whale. Shit. Oh well. At least I leveled up. More poison stuff. Love to see it. Do I just go? I'm kind of thinking beats this game, to be honest with you. I don't want to get frozen. I could even go Aegis. Ah, fuck it. It's too much shit on their team. What do I build though? Wait. Can I pull up Sap's build here? Let me see. Yeah, I mean, it's building what I would have expected. See how this goes. I haven't really played Ares in a while.
Minions have
Stop lagging, game. Stop it.
good game. I'll attack. Okay.
Man. Rough. Almost had him.
Attack!
Starfire, consume my enemy.
Oh, this isn't as OP on the Warhorn as I would have expected. Tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rip the unworthy.
Chain is not instant. I'll take it. Okay, Thanos over there.
Even stars falter.
I appreciate him doing that. I needed that kill. It's looking pretty fucking rough already everywhere else.
Hold fast. Chains of the cosmos, bring them to me.
Your last tower is under attack.
I promise I don't scratch too hard.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
So he doesn't have beats. Like, he does have beats. Why didn't he beats? Strange.
Retreat!
Dare to escape
these chains. Scorch these foes! Shield of the cosmos, protect us! Hold fast!
Your middle tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away. Double kill.
Retreat left lane. Bye. Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
None shall evade my judgment!
I mean, he could just beats earlier. He ain't doing that. Now it beats late. This isn't even to the OP parts of Ares yet. Right now, I'm just doing base damage.
Shield of the cosmos, protect us!
Thana is definitely a god that can kind of fuck me up, though. Ares pick. I had to, Seth. You reminded me that he exists and can actually be played in solo, so I decided to why not just go for it myself. And I haven't played him in a long fucking time, so it sounded fun.
Move like a jaguar. Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hello, Hansen.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Good one. Bye.
Annoying ass frame drops. They're getting so roasted in duo though, which is really unfortunate. And I missed.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's just get his ult.
Bring them to me!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Rip the unburdened! Hold fast!
Alright, he'll get a laugh back because he laughed before.
The rain shall wash them away.
Stars perish, so too do your hopes.
Enemy missing middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Starfire, consume my enemies!
It's gonna take too long. I can't be asked.
Retreat left lane.
Oh yeah, I mean right now base damage is an all-time high since I just hit level 10 or 9 at the time, so if I hit all 3 chains, he's gonna get a one-shot by it.
Be right back.
That is just Ares.
Enemy misfortune these
Standing
foes!
up. The rain shall wash them away.
You don't want to laugh at me again? Are you sure? Want to come closer just a little bit?
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
How much do I need to finish this? I can finish it. That's great. I'll do that.
Starfire, consume my enemies!
The Pyroman has arrived.
And my TP's back up, so that's perfect.
Enemy missing.
Scorch these foes!
Help left lane. Attack middle lane.
Attack the gold jewelry! On my way.
They do know I'm here now. Those damn wards. But that's fine.
Ultimate is ready. Yes. Your middle tower is under attack.
Retreat!
And we didn't get Ymir. Fucking TP'd out.
Starfire, consume my enemies!
No. I'm so mad. I missed the chain.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain.
Whoops.
Vista, amigo.
Perhaps in time. I will apologize.
Behind us! Enemy spotted!
The rain
Enemy
shall wash
spotted!
them
Enemy
away.
spotted! Attack! Escape these chains!
It's been fucking running around for so long. This was not worth it for me. But it's fine. I'm getting my Hu Yi back in the game, alright? I'm doing what needs to be done. Yeah, one on Insta? I do, yeah.
Enemy missing right!
Enemy mission right.
Thanks. Enemies incoming.
Why are you going here to dash away? My dude.
Okay.
Starfire, consume my enemies!
I guess I just level my
Your middle tower is under attack.
my 2 first.
Enemy missing. Out of mana. Attack.
Enemy has been slain. The rain
They're winning in mid. I'm not gonna rotate anyway. Let's go say hi to this guy.
Your middle
Of course he's
tower
going the
is
other
under
way.
attack.
Come back! No, he saw me. Fuck you, minions.
double kill.
Enemy missing right! Cancel that.
This skin is just... He's very polite in this skin. I wouldn't expect that.
Be right back. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lift the undead. Attack the fire giant. Help.
Okay. Attack your fury.
Starfire, consume my enemies.
On my way.
Dare to escape these chains.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Your end was
Destroyed the
inevitable.
fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Enemy has been slain.
Scorch these foes. Chains of the cosmos, bring them to me. Starfire, consume my enemies.
On my way.
Oh, I really want the speed buff. Damn.
On my way.
No!
Your work is exemplary. Your work is exemplary.
I mean, we just wait going on him, right? Until we get there.
Your right tower is under attack.
Guess I'll go for red. That's so unfortunate. He doesn't die from that.
None shall evade my judgment. Shield of the cosmos, protect us.
Fabuloso! The rain shall wash them away. Going down.
Hold fast.
The beast amigo.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I want it back, man. I have so much gold.
Escape these chains. Shield of the cosmos, protect us. So huge in your face.
Damn you! Man, I don't think I die here unless it's goddamn Thana with the execute. I feel like we should have had Mercury team up with us, though. It's still good that we're getting some towers, but we should have just grouped. What do I do next? What do we do next? They do have a lot of like hard CCs. Might go for a Spirit Robe. But actually Contagion is probably the best thing I can go with. Into Thanatos, Armor, and Apollo. So let's do that.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Cosmos, bring them to me. These chains. Hold fast. Attack the fire giant.
Better beats at least.
Has been slain.
Attack the fire giant.
On my way.
Shield of the cosmos, protect us. Shield my enemy.
Very good.
Attack right.
That really sucks. Should just wait until he runs out of mana.
None shall evade my judgment. Can't escape these chains.
Wash them away.
Hold fast. Huh. Attack left lane.
Attack left lane.
Ow. Oh, Sarki was trying to pause.
Tower is under attack.
That sucks.
Retreat.
Retreat. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat.
Just finish this up.
Under attack.
I was trying to pause. I guess my team didn't. Press the right shit. Good thing we didn't die or some shit. That would have been really bad. What was that resurrect thing? It's been my bad for not looking at chat much, but I had dagger. Fire giant drops in a consumable called I don't know, something dagger, and if you use it, it will take 500 HP off of you. But if you die using it, you will resurrect. It is limited as well. It lasts for like 150 seconds or so.
On my way.
So you have to use it within the time frame. I'm sure they get him. It's not like it would matter if I TP'd there anyway.
these foes. On my
Your
way.
team has destroyed the pyromancer.
On my way. Help right lane.
On my way.
Oh, he's a long team, I have son. Oh, very strong.
Follow me.
Shut down, Jace.
Yes. Ultimate is ready. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I think this goes for majority of our team right now. We're not grouped enough in general. Like Merc isn't also with us a lot of the time, which is really not ideal. We have to just all group.
Be careful. On my way.
The unworthy. Bring them to me.
Enemy has been slain.
May I pass your shadow like a dying star.
Ally has been slain.
Save yourself.
That was huge Akate ult. That fucked me completely.
This'll make their heads spin.
The vista, amigo.
Kill him! No, he's alone and isolated. You should just fucking hit him.
Middle tower is under attack. The pyro.
Wash them away.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
I mean, if he hits him earlier when the Hekate is just fucking isolated, he could have just joined an easy kill without losing anything, right? I'm not crazy for thinking he could have just fucking double bounced him. It was in the perfect spot, and she was even standing still.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's so unfortunate. We're just throwing this one so heavily because we don't know how to group.
Escape these chains.
The Hekate ult into the Thanel fucking fucked me up, though. That was really unfortunate. I definitely gotta get some kind of protection into this Hekate. She really just went all in for this shit as well. She hurts now.
Rid the unworthy. None shall evade my judgment. Starfire consume my enemies. Death escape these Attack the Titan.
A good fight. Now give sacrifice to my tribe.
Damn, they just gave us that on a silver platter.
Little enemy phoenix.
These chains.
A good fight.
May our paths align
Now
again.
give sacrifice to my tribe.
I do think this game was just way harder than it ever needed to be, man. We just weren't grouped half the time. And then someone gets picked, or maybe a fight starts when we're one man down or something like that. People were just doing too much solo shit. Still, at least we won it. Alright, a win is a win. I'll take it. Back to square one. Let's keep going with this character. I like the poison. Lose my starting relic for a random boss relic. I don't know if I want that. What I could go with is maybe the curse. I don't really know if I think that's worth it. Maybe I should have gone with a relic.
Select your god.
Ugh. Apollo. I don't like playing any frontline into Apollo. I never know what to pick into it. Like Thor or some shit, that's probably one of the better ones. But you still have your spin. Let's go with Fenrir. At least I don't have to rely on Brutalize for my damage output. These are kind of bad. All these paths. This looks like this is gonna be dodged though. There it is. They had a really annoying comp. I don't really mind this dodge, actually. Pele, Apollo, and there's also Capri. Fuck no. I don't want to deal with that. Kepri into Sobek was questionable. Yeah, that's true. that was a good pick for us. Bro, I hate this card. Can you go away? Can you execute instantly, or do I have to charge up until the icon shows up to execute? You have to wait for the icon. But I mean, technically you can insta do it. But the thing with how Sobek's execute works is that it starts low, and then as you charge it up, it will further and further. Like the threshold literally goes up. It's not at I believe it's at 25 at the end of it, but it doesn't start at 25. That's why you sometimes that's why it charges up, right? So while you can insta do it, they have to be really low for that to be the case. If they're really low and you see the instant like mark on them, you can. But no mark, no execute. Let me just look in the back. It starts at 10%, and then it goes up to 25% as you charge it up. So it is overall a pretty small execute. Like Thanos is 40%, which is fucking wild. Achilles is 35%. So he's on the low end of executes. This sucks. I should have just killed one of them. Yeah, I think they dealt with his execute pretty well, all things considered. Like, giving Sobek an execute in the first place was very questionable, but with how he functions with it, I think it's completely fine. It doesn't really bother me, at least. Like, it basically does the same amount of damage it would have done anyway, in a way. Like, in Smite 1, Sobek, like, it is... In Smite 2, it's significantly weaker in terms of the damage output it does. In Smite 1, you could easily, and I mean easily, hit like 800 damage Sobek gold. That has not happened in Smite 2 ever for me. Unless you're maybe building full mage, but why the fuck would you do that on Sobek, right? So they nerfed the damage overall on it to give it an execute that would, more than likely, have killed most targets anyway. So I don't really see it as being a big deal. It only truly helps into like legitimate tanks, you know? It's very good for finishing off tanks. Or better, I should say. Because you probably wouldn't have hit very hard on an actual tank when you yourself are building full tank. It would be like 200 or 300 damage max, but now you can actually execute. It's probably a bit closer to maybe like 500 to 800. If a tank is below 25% or at 25%. There's gonna be a lot of shit on this table. I can already see it. Oh, I forgot.
Select your god.
I forgot about Ares. Shit. Shit. So I'm definitely not playing... Fuck, what do I even pick then? I'll do a Ymir then. That's what I should have picked, actually. I should have picked the Morrigan so we could have him for ourselves. We might be cooked. At least I picked Ymir, right? At least I picked the god that can frontline. I'm sure we'll be fine. What could go wrong? They only have like 5 broken gods. What could be the issue? I actually don't know what to build. Because I do think I want some kind of auto power, but I think I need to go for the usual mystical male and like Sanguine first. And I probably need to go beads into that comp. Because there's a chance of 2 Ares in that. And I don't want to get cooked. But at the same time, not having Sunder might hurt me even more in terms of like objective secure and stuff. So fuck it. Fuck it, we say. What am I against though? Merlin? Okay. Not what I would have expected, but that probably means I can just do this. It's either this, or I go with a safe start like this. I think I'll do safe start. Our comp is so weird. We have 2 ADCs, a Loki support, and an Afro mid. It's so unconventional. And a Ymir solo, for that matter. That's pretty rare these days as well.
You're welcome. What here?
I haven't seen the Loki aspect almost ever, but it's pretty interesting. No one really expects it, but he has AoE stealth, which is quite fucking powerful. It's really good with me, at least. Fucking get me in there, I'll fucking get a good freeze off. I could even go Helm of Darkness for myself if I wanted to try and do the same shit.
Time to lock in, fellas.
Cheerio. This Merlin should be pretty easy matchup. It just... I don't think I have any kill potential.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful, the enemy missing middle.
They shan't cross me.
Enemy missing.
That didn't work. I'll take the poke. I have the pots for this.
Your left tower.
Oh, of course.
May your travels be safe.
Your right tower is under attack.
Of course he hits level 5 when my walt's back up.
Enemies in left lane.
Fucking hell, man. What's my jungler, huh? Fucking Apollo is just absolutely sacrificing me here.
Middle tower is under attack. Attack right lane. Your right tower is under attack.
Marvelous.
That's so weird. Why didn't they do it? It's not like he was low HP. Susano was practically full HP.
Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Good game.
Enemy missing middle.
And you can interrupt his ult again. I guess that bug is still a thing. Can't cancel the fucking ult.
Attack!
Wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just not in range.
An ally has left the game.
Stay hydrated, guys. He always just started Polly. Okay, I mean, at least he's gonna go full damage. It's gonna be super annoying for me, because I have to split my protection. And this build is definitely not going to be as good into someone just going full mage this early. Once I finish a few items, it'll be just fine, but if I get ganked, I feel like I'm just dead.
Like music to my ears.
On my way.
And I just used my abilities on the fucking thing. That's unfortunate. That's Jameer for you. Don't have anything yet. I'll probably go Mystical Mail into a breastplate or something like that, because I need cooldown so badly.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Why the fuck did I pick Ymir again?
Enemy missing.
Nice.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack right lane. Attack right lane.
Absolutely spiffy.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Return to the world. Ha ha ha.
That's unfortunate. Of course, the Sono shows up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I wanted to just go do something desperate, see if I could just go help out someone else. But I also didn't expect him to just get soloed, to be fair. That's just Susano nonsense happening.
That's too bad.
Good game.
For inclement weather. Absolutely spiffy.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Like music to my ears.
Completed. Attack middle lane.
Fuck, if I just kept running, that wouldn't even have hit me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Absolutely spiffy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like music to my ears.
Ah, it takes so long to insta-cast. I wasn't sure if that was possible there, so, but whatever. What a shot. I think cooldown is gonna feel pretty good. I'll probably just go for the same build as I did on Ares before. Just go breastplate third. Well, in this case, probably Genji's, honestly. They have so much magic damage.
Like music to my ears. They shan't cross me. Absolutely spiffy.
Enemy missing left. Okay.
¿Por qué te subes? Todo retrasado.
Enemy has been slain. Oh,
That's a very small knock-up. No, he's so low. Alright, let's get some cooldown.
Be right back. Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
La vista, amigo.
Our souls are linked.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, he got the tower as well? Shit. That ain't great.
Enemy missing left. Absolutely spiffing. Love.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Good job.
It was an elaborate ruse.
Poof. That was nice for me. Finally, some cooldown. Question is, do I go for the... I'm actually tempted to do this. Just make me slow immune.
Would this last me till
The amount of slows they have on their team is rough. Sol, Ares, Merlin.
they shan't cross me?
An enemy has been slain.
You are truly a valiant warrior.
How smashing.
Oh, smashing.
Missing right. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm highest level in the game. Hell yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack right lane. Attack right lane.
They don't need me.
The rain shall wash them away.
Like music to my ears. Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a right.
Like music to my ears.
On my way.
On my way. enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
No, that knockup on this fucking 4. Fuck. Is there anything else better that could pick up? Sol is going for this build, which means I absolutely need Contagion in my build. Maybe I try to finish that first, because I think the regen and health would be nice for me here anyway. I'll save for that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Do not test me. My blessing to you.
Your left tower is under attack.
I will say this. I took off the restricted camera pitch, so my Ymir walls have been struggling a little bit, because I'm getting used to that. Still. Ymir was definitely one of the gods where I liked having it on.
I'm building stacks.
It just made it easier to flick it, but... it's a bit different. But it does kind of piss me off. They still haven't fixed the bug where you can't cancel your Ymir ult sometimes. I don't get why it happens. And it's really fucking game-changing, I think.
On my way.
Whatever, I guess. I don't know how Aphrodite somehow died as well. Apollo is just not doing anything, and what the fuck is that? What happened? I don't know what happened. Maybe I just go Stampede instead. I just need something for the slow immune. Could do Boar as well. Shit, man. Guess I'll just buy Nemean.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I suppose this is actually a pretty shit comp the more I look at it, because we can't follow anything up big on a multiple freeze, or like a big stun or any big CCs, because we just have Afro mid. We'll be really good at running people down, but in terms of follow up on CC, it's kind of rough. Has to just be ADC autos.
Enemies in right lane. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Retreat!
They shan't cross lines.
I regret picking Ymir.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
I just can't do anything with it in situations like this.
Lovely.
Your Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
My blessing to you.
Like music to my ears.
I just can't help but feel they're so out of position by doing that shit. We just don't have anyone because people are just still farming. Like, what the fuck are we doing on the left side of the map while they're pushing? Like, just come. Come, man.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Why aren't we coming? Alright, let's see if I get 20 before the next fight. At the very least, maybe my starter and or Nemean. I think I have to go on Sol. It's the only target I can actually stick to.
Destroyed the pyro. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Yes. 20. Now I just need 200 gold.
Think you're going? Retreat.
I think he's dead and right. I'm not really sure we can do anything about it.
Our souls are linked.
Attack left lane. Enemies in right lane.
Close though. Almost did get a kill out of it. I'll use this chance to play some words.
On my way.
Bro, you can't... Oh my god. It's the worst.
It was an alarm.
Restores you.
Wash them away. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Attack fire giant.
An enemy has been slain.
Big kills though.
On my way.
This could be really huge. Yep, there we go. Great.
Oh, you move like a giant.
Me and Afro running, driving the train there.
On my way.
And I couldn't cancel my ult. That really annoyed me again.
Destroyed the fire. The pyro. Be right back. Has arrived. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Let's go make sure that this lane isn't getting pushed. Yeah, that Yamiroquai is in fact still a thing, and I can't believe how long it's been. Like, can we just fix some shit? Like, it's crazy that it still exists.
On my way. On my way.
No, is she dead? No, I think we're safe. He's dead though.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Merlin beats.
Behind us.
Man.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Middle enemy tower.
Our souls are linked.
Flash and dash.
See, that worked out. We just gotta stop playing the lane game all the time, right? Less typing, more playing the game. But yeah, no, I don't think I want to play Ymir at all until they fix the instacast or just explosion on the ult, because it makes no sense. Like, just let me cancel my ult and explode early. But no, you have to. For some reason, it works insta popping it, but if you let it like channel for like maybe another second or two, you're no longer able to cancel it. It's really, really, really annoying, and it makes me feel way less like good to play. And I don't believe that's intended. There was at least like 1 or 2 kills that should have happened that didn't happen as early as they should have because I couldn't cancel my own. And I just ended up taking way more damage than I should have. It is unfortunate because Ymir is a pretty fun god. I did feel like I kind of ended up having to play the role of support and like initiation to set up walls and freezes and stuff, but it worked out, so whatever. RNG path. Give me something nice. Yes. Yes. I have a bad card, don't I? Did I take a curse? I wish I could. Can I see my hand somewhere? Yes, I do in fact have that. Clean. That is pretty lucky. pain. Wow. Nice. More RNG. Give me all the RNG. Offer, receive a word based on the offer. Sure. Let's give him this one. Okay, you just healed me and gave... That's not worth it. I mean, 10 HP is decent, I suppose, but... I'm picking that fucking Ares if it's open, I'm telling you.
Select your god.
I get to delay my pick here, which is nice. What does one pick now, though? What do I pick now? Might do a Bologna game. Maybe a Caprakan game. Odin. Wow, they have a really annoying comp and a lot of fucking CC. I'll do Bologna game. It's not amazing here, but I just kind of feel like playing it.
Bologna.
You here to join the Demon Hunters Club?
I see Hawk is playing a bit. Baits. Beats it is. What else? Suppose I'll just start with this. Let's go Sash. I might lose the early-ish game. Right now Thor might be able to outdamage me here, but I think I should win going into mid. I think just once I finish my item first, to be honest. Once I can start relying on my healing, I should be fine. Ares into your team would have been an actual banger. Yeah, but he was bent, so fuck that. Ares is always bent. And if he isn't, he is picked. Very early. And holy moly, he barely said anything, but that was loud. I hate how varied the voice chat is in terms of volume on people. So hard to adjust.
Okay, minions have spawned.
No problem. I'm the greatest. Bask in my glory.
I mean, I think they probably can implement it. It's just the game is just missing a lot of shit, you know. It's unfortunately not exclusive to like. There's just a lot of like normal things missing in the game, to be real.
Be careful. Enemy has been slain.
I'm not done with you! Think you scare me?
Enemies incoming.
On my way. Attack! Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
It's unfortunate.
Wash them away.
I have no fear!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
You're going nowhere!
I was kind of lucky.
Middle tower is under attack.
Didn't think I had enough damage.
Thanks!
It's pretty expensive, right? Yeah, 22. Do I risk it?
Ally has been slain.
I think I do. Ow. Should have just ulted, I guess. Yeah, the item diff, I guess. I guess it's just his like spin now doing way too much damage to me. That shit just fucking hurt. Did not expect it to do that much damage to me. Ugh. I got greedy. Should have just gone back. Oh well.
Okay. Oh, you rock my world.
What do I do next, though? Could just go straight into Berserkers, but...
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Low Nanba.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What is doing so much damage to me? Is it just autos? There's no way. I'm getting fucking destroyed by something. Oh, he has fucking brawlers. Maybe that's... Yeah, never mind. I think I know. I'm kind of understanding.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Your left tower.
Thor is definitely one of the more annoying matchups, I'd say, for Bologna, because he just doesn't really need to fight you. He just pokes you and runs away. And he does it very well.
Retreat.
Baron Potion also gives me a lot more regen than I would like.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have no fear.
Probably should have gone aspect this game.
Your right tower is under attack.
That boy is not having any.
Yeah, I mean the dual Q. This, of course, the support would be behind. I was dead anyway, but even so.
Is under attack.
I forgot what you build on Bologna. I don't know why.
Enemy
What am I supposed to build? Oh yeah, regrowth. This is the item I kept thinking of. I just couldn't fucking remember. There's something I usually build here, and I forgot what the fuck it is. I guess I just haven't built regrowth on anything today. Forgot it fucking existed. Hello, Sycamore. It's been a while. Yeah, it's going pretty well. I'm in a good mood today. Just relaxing. Not much is happening.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not done with you.
Rain shall wash them away.
I'm not really interested in fighting anymore. I gotta get more shit before I can fight back. I think at least I gotta get regrowth because the healing is so valuable to me. And there's just too big of a difference in levels right now.
Tower is under attack.
I'll attack. You scare me?
My team isn't coming after all.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bring it on, demonkind.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Furioso.
I have no fear.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Take cover. A girl can't ever have too many weapons.
Is he aspect? No, he's not aspect.
Your middle tower is
I
under
was wondering why his autos was actually doing pretty decent damage to me, but I guess it's just because he has int from Lifebinder. And the fact that I don't have any protection against him yet. That will also do it.
Bye. Your left tower is under attack.
But yeah, you can play mouse and keyboard, and controller. My bad for not answering that one. To focus in this game.
You scare me?
Your middle tower is under attack.
We will end you. I have no fear.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
No, they just get one shot by everything, man.
Okay.
The rain shall wash them away.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
You think you scare me? Bring it on, demonkind.
Very good.
I have no fear.
Enemy has been slain.
Help! 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 That ghoul was not having any of it.
Slain.
Okay.
Back.
Are you guys blind? Hello! Sarky, what the fuck? I can't believe Sarky left me like that. The one person I could rely on. Where is he? My team is just doing the fucking Naga, and one of you could have rotated to try and help. I think I would have been dead anyway, to be fair. I'm just joking, but... I think Agni 2 would have finished me off, even if someone tried to peel. They had to run much earlier to get there in time.
Your right tower is under attack.
Think you scare me?
Be careful, middle.
You're going nowhere.
Middle tower under attack.
I have no fear.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your
Oh, my tower! Fuck.
Scare me? No fear. We will end you.
Enemy missing left. Enemy spotted. Yes. You rock.
middle tower is under attack.
Good, let's place it.
Oh, it's not possible.
Enemy missing
My bad, I guess. I kind of dashed into tower and got stunned. Oh, that auto is being missed. If he starts with Kraken, he should have gotten that kill. Or like, if he whirlpools, then Kraken's, like, surely he gets the kill. He just sets everything up. But I played that exchange pretty badly. And now we're just running in, dying one by one for no reason. Damn. What am I seeing?
good game.
I guess Uller is... I guess I didn't really look, but Uller is definitely an outlier in this one.
Is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
We could probably still fight back, though.
Lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Let's get this online now. Betrayed. No, it's kind of true though. I don't know, Sarky, if you actually hear what I say, but I do generally think, especially when we duo queue, we should play around each other. Because for the most part, I always see you running around alone trying to split push. If you and me play around each other, it's going to be so much easier to win fights. We're just making it harder on ourselves.
Yes.
Like right now, we should be grouping and winning these fights, realistically. And now I'm dead as well.
No fear.
Like, where are we, man? We got a fucking group. Enough of this solo shit. Like, towers mean literally nothing if we're grouped and we just win fights instead. Then we take towers regardless. Should always be as a team and not just group.
The enemy team has
Like in Smite, pushing means nothing. Even more so in Smite 2 than it was in Smite 1. At least in Smite 1 it felt that you could actually split push and have it be really valuable. Which you can if your team isn't fighting, but if you're fighting we should stay grouped. And right now I think we kinda need to group as well because we'll really struggle in. But he's higher level than me, so I guess who knows at this point. I'm same level as a fucking support. How did I even fall so far behind? He's Contagion now, I can't even fight him now. He's got the item that disables me.
On my way.
Your left tower has been
So, stop.
You're going nowhere.
Dude, how's Odin so fed too? Alright, well he kind of entered. No! No! I wanted to go push the waves. Okay.
Enemy incoming.
Just disabled by Baron. Kraken is back up? Oh, it's because of Deso. Sick kill. I think I just go Spirit Rope. They have so many long-range CCs. Literally I have 3 characters with long-range CCs that are very easy to hit. This was not the game to play Bologna. Getting in there is so difficult with my oldest down.
We'll never know where the night takes us.
Have fun.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bring it on, demonkind! Enemies in right lane.
We're still losing? Oh man. I have 2 on me. I'm so dead. Whatever. I don't even want to start anything. I don't understand how we're losing these fights when we're one man down. Dude, he just jumped over. Oh. What am I seeing? Good damage. Jump away! Jump away! Aww.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Like, I feel like Uller more than anyone knows right now that it's not going too well for him. There's not really any reason to keep drilling it into him. That literally does nothing for any of us. I gotta get 20 before this next fight. Not that it's gonna make any difference. But maybe I should have tried for the 2v1 and just see if I can kill the this dancer, but I feel like I've met the worst possible comp I could have went or met into as a Bellona. They just don't have any heavy auto attackers. I can't really stick to anyone. Even like the dancer has good self peel with his 2 because it's non-aspect. I really need. I gotta get Death Soul upgraded.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemies at the fire giant.
Could maybe have fall. I'm not sure. I think if we both fall there, I'll probably die. But that's fine though. We're taking fire out of people. We definitely can end, but
You're going nowhere.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's finish up some shit here. I don't know what my last item should be. I think maybe I go for a Contagion as well, or some kind of attack speed item.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Because I don't think, like, legitimately do not think defense is going to do shit for me on this last one. I think my best option of really trying to survive is just my block.
Defend the fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Going back to the pen, you hear?
Fabuloso!
Attack fire giant. Let's play safe.
Move like a jaguar.
That's just so stupid, man. I wish people wouldn't just fucking jump in for no reason. Fuck, man. That should have been free. I already regret buying this. I'm actually gonna go for this shit instead. Let's get Nemean.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Enemies at the fire giant.
On my way.
Oh, it's so low already.
You.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
The rain shall wash them away.
They're going nowhere.
Very strong.
I'm so mad. People just aren't listening, man. We had one job on the right side. It's not to chase. We just go back and do fire. I fucking hate that people decided to keep doing that. I do think my teammates are being a little bit too big assholes to the Uller. He is just doing his best.
Very scary.
But
Yeah.
even though his best is a little strange. It is what it is, you know?
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Oh, we also don't have any pen on Poseidon yet. That's also really not good.
Enemy has been slain.
Your titan is under attack.
You. Bring it on.
Wash them away.
Oven.
It's fine, we got dagger.
Enemy has been slain.
Fuck, I need so little gold. Titan is so low.
Enemy has been slain. Attack.
Okay, Thor is up there. Good. Yeah, I was looking for Thor. I wanted to ward for it. Thor is low now, so he can't go for it straight away. And now Phoenix is still so far away from spawning. I'm stressed. I am positively stressed. Okay, he's on the right side.
I will war. You think you scare me?
Enemies at the fire giant.
Nah, no worries.
He's just gonna hit our tower anyway. Fire is irrelevant.
You're going nowhere. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Oh, Phoenix does spawn right before fire, which is good.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies at fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat left lane.
Retreat left lane.
Wash them away.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
It's so fucked.
Slain. Double kill.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
No, I missed. No, man. Ah, it just sucks. People just overchased. Mainly Sobek running in for quite literally no reason there. When there's no kill potential, just fall back. This has to be the most boring game I think I've played today. Just because people were never listening. It was mainly Ullr and Sobek. Like, I think they played fine. It's just... I don't know. That was really unsatisfying. Ullr played just fine, that's the thing. People just kept dragging on him anyway. Like, I legitimately think Ullr played completely fine. I mean, sure, he made some weird plays here and there, but I think pretty much everyone did that this game. But I kept seeing Sobek specifically just run in and die when we had no reason to fight. I saw the same thing with Uller on the right side. It's just, if we didn't do that, we would have won. We literally would have won. Just listen to the call that I was making. Firegen should have been free half the time we were trying to fight. We literally got 2 free picks for free. And then people would just overchase, and the backline would get shit on by the double tank bullshit that they had. Because we need the peeling from Sobek in those scenarios. Like, I can survive against them for the most part, but I don't have enough damage to kill them because they have too much CC. As Bologna. You know what? Maybe I should have gone Kins that game. Maybe that would have been interesting. Oh.
Select your god.
This kind of sucks. I don't want to play Ares here. I was hoping someone else was going to pick it. Because I already know this is going to be a Baron in solo, and it's going to be the shittiest matchup, because it's not a good matchup for Ares. No! Oh, I couldn't pick in time. I had 12 seconds to think. I hadn't thought about what I wanted to play at all. Oh well. That guy just kind of got deserted because of me. But at the same time, he could have just answered like 5 minutes ago when we got into this goddamn game. Oh, you done, Turkey? Alright, Sarky. Yeah, I mean, I'll just do one more game probably, and then I think I'll head off. I was gonna end after the last one, but I'm so annoyed after the last one. I don't even need a win. I just need a game where my team listens and don't do weird shit like that. I mean, we kind of just been winning today, to be honest. A loss was about to happen. Yeah, it was bound to happen. However I won, I feel like I still barely made any difference. Or any progress. Let's upgrade some shit here. I mean, I barely have any cards yet. Probably just do that one. I'm betting Odin. I don't want to deal with that shit again.
Select your god.
I really don't want to, dude. That's too much shit to ban. I'm just stuck in between. I don't want to play it, but I even more don't want to meet it. I refuse to meet some of these boring gods to deal with, like Odin, like Ares, like Aphro, like Nim. I'll pick it myself, because I just don't want to deal with it that badly. Though, to be fair, there's nothing else I really feel like playing anyway. I'm not really leaning towards anything specific at the moment. I just wish I could play mages a bit easier. I want to play shit like Poseidon and Vulcan, shit like that right now.
Good in black.
I should probably just queue mid, to be fair. I think the most fun I've had today was the game I played Vulcan, and I still lost that game. It was just way more fun playing Vulcan. Mistakes were made. Should have just done that. I think I might go Aegis this game. I don't want to get executed. I mean, this won't really do anything for me into Baron. Probably just gonna have to start with... Let's just go with Axe. Get Sanguine as early as possible. Probably into a Contagion.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, my bad, I guess. Thank you for letting me know. I got too distracted in my ranting, I guess.
Yeah, buddy.
all I need. There's no running from me.
Ta-da!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Just needed 1 or 2 more seconds on CDs.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Attack my flank.
Friend, you are chock full of surprises.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Oh, it's overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Oh, easy wrong teeth, my
One strike is all I need.
It's not looking too hot around duo so far.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Ha!
I just at least need them to survive until mid game ish, just so I can actually be around. Since Nemesis is kind of the only OP pick we have on our team at the moment. Hercules is still good late game as well, but same thought process.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is
Enemy
under
missing
attack.
right.
Retreat.
There's no running from me.
Retreat. Your right tower is under attack.
Let's settle this with style. My nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy has
Judgment
been
is my
slain.
domain.
It's time. Free your souls to the others.
There's no running from me. The guilty always fall.
Ah,
Just gotta take it one game at a time.
I did get my Aegis. It's unfortunate. Truly unfortunate.
Greetings.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Ha! Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
It's either Contagion or Brawlers. I think I'll probably just go Contagion.
Nowhere to hide. Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Range
One
wash them
strike
away.
is all I need.
Ally has been slain. Oh, very strong. An enemy has been slain.
ta-da.
Judgment is my domain.
Oh, the party's this way.
My ult doesn't go off in time. I don't believe it. Dude, Nem's ult animation is so long for some reason. Well, what did I just see admit?
There's no running from me. Enemy missing right. Let's settle this with style. My style. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Wow, my power is so bad right now.
One strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Right tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is settle this. There's no running from me. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. The guilty always fall. Judgment is my domain.
Okay.
There's no running from me. One strike is all I need.
Free your soul to the others.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Damn it. That is beats though.
There's no running from me.
There is a non-aspect to Yi as well.
Let's settle this.
Which does suck a little bit for me, to be honest. I think it's probably way easier for me to deal with if he has aspect.
My domain. Nowhere to hide.
Because that stun could fuck me up. But I think without the stun, I can just immune all the damage.
There's no running from me. Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat!
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Let me tip the scales.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The pyro has arrived.
Let's settle this. There's no running from me. My style.
Come, the party's this way.
Judgment is my domain. One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales.
Enemy has been slain.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Spotted.
On my way.
Not dead yet. Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Justice was served. By me, naturally.
What else? What am I forgetting? Right, you.
There's no running from me. On my way.
Oh, sorry.
Defend! Attack!
Enemy missing.
One strike is all I need. Let me tip the scales.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Ranger, wash them away!
Full fury. Let's settle this with style. My style. Ultimate down.
Right
There's no
tower
running
is
from
under
me.
attack.
I'll defend. One strike is all I need.
Your team has destroyed the gold
Nowhere to
pyramid.
run. Nowhere to hide.
Tower is under attack.
Let's settle this with style.
Enemy has been
My
slain.
style. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Free your soul to the other side. Body lives on.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Ultimate is ready!
Retreat! There's no running from me.
You move like a jaguar.
Not bad.
Ultimate is ready!
I'll attack right lane.
I don't want to keep fighting here.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Retreat.
One strike is all I need.
Okay.
Ha! Judgment is my domain. Ha! There's no running from me. Ha! Ha! Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Oh, the party's this way. Ta-da.
The guilty always fall.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Justice was served. Naturally.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Your right tower is under attack.
No, my 3 was up, man. Ah. Sad. I am sad.
Your left tower is under attack.
It literally came up as I died.
On my way!
You've got style.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
I don't know what to buy here, because I definitely do want some kind of protection, magic protection here.
Pyramids.
Oni hunters could be decent. Realistically, it's probably just gonna end up being something like Spirit Robe again, and just rely on that.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
I'll attack right lane. There's no running from me.
enemy tower.
I did have an inkling that they weren't showing up. They're probably just on fire then, but... Does that mean they did it without Hu Yi? Who was even there?
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. Let's settle this balance. My let me die. Scales.
Didn't mean to Aegis. Forgot I had Aegis and not beats.
It's like that strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
There's no running from me.
On my way.
Complete it, complete it.
You owe me.
Strike one with
Balance. Let nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
There's no running from me. Ha! Ha!
On my way.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Pyro has arrived.
Enemies have returned. Retreat, flood flame. Retreat, flood flame.
Complete it.
There's no running from me.
Incoming. Be careful left.
Retreat.
I'll attack right lane.
Yeah, let's do this, because they are heavy on magic damage, honestly, with a Baron as well as a Bari. It's the Baron Bari. A double Baba.
Your right tower.
Or else Baba Yaga when you need her.
There's no running from me.
Enemy missing. I'll attack right lane.
Be careful left. Yay.
Enemy spotted. My domain.
Enemy has
Nowhere
been
to
slain.
hide. Attack right lane.
Be careful.
Retreat. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Rain shall wash them away.
Right back. Attack fire giant.
On my way. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Oh, you move like a
Yes.
jaguar. Ooh.
Defend left lane. Enemy missing.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Group up. Attack the fire
Your team
giant.
has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Scandinavian.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Yes.
Oh, he has regrowth as well. He's pretty damn fast then if he actually hits his shit. Or the 2, I guess. Doesn't that also give movement speed?
There's no running from me. lane. Gank.
On my way.
Free your soul to the others.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. Judgment is my domain. Always fall. There's no running from me. Balance is over. Let me tip the scales.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
One strike is all I need.
On my way.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. Let's settle this with style. My style. Balance is over. One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Destroyed the fire jump. Hit the dirt.
Clean. Now we just gotta finish it off. Oh, my ass fucking hurts. Jesus Christ, I've been sitting in the same position for a while. I also have a headache. Everything's not going well.
Under attack.
Right. Let's get Freya's.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Fabuloso. Oh.
I mean, I guess we're just so far ahead.
Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. You owe me. Attack the Titan.
The pyro
On my way.
has arrived.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Enemy has been slain.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. It's like balance.
No!
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to
Come, the party's this way.
Don't miss me too much.
Alright. I appreciate the raid, Woofy. I'm gonna end my stream as well now, though. Damn, we were very close in player damage on our team. Alright. Appreciate the raid, Woofy. And also appreciate everyone stopping by as usual. I will also end my stream now. But yeah, thank you guys as always. I will see you guys next time. Which is probably tomorrow, because the new patch is coming tomorrow, correct? I believe. So I think I'll